Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation. Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I am just in time tonight. Let's see here who we have in the chat so we can get to the box that is inconveniently behind me. We have Thomas Armstrong guessing there is a Mac in the box. I don't know what would ever give you that idea, but it is a big bad box. We have Dave's Vintage Apple Tech. Hi, Dave. We have Hardware Hacker. Hi, Hardware Hacker. Hardware Hacker says, should be interesting. We have MMU Man. Hi, Francois. Plop. We have Mike's Future Retro. Hi, Mike. Welcome. We have I8386SX. Hi, Jesse. Jesse says, Guten Tag. Hi, Jesse. We have Mega. Ahoy. Ahoy, Mega. We have SadMac356. Yeep. Hi, SadMac. We have Francois talking about needing to patch BIOS/bootparms.c. Well, that sounds like that could be painful. We have, let's see here. And froze for 30 seconds at Patreon. Interesting. We have the Big Bad Biologist, Big Bad Bench here. Hi, John. Welcome. Yes, I got your package, and it is safely behind me, waiting for me to say that we've got the coffee goal. Link is in the description. And also waiting for me to roll this important announcement. Roll this important announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Justin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
All right. And Mike, I believe SadMac in our chat and SadMac on YouTube, SadMac on Facebook are two different people, because I've asked SadMac before if he's been selling stuff or if they've been selling stuff. And I believe I've gotten the response, that's not me. So anyways, we have this item on the bench. Comes to us from an eBay seller in Georgia. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Georgia. I have misplaced my... I have misplaced my scalpel, which is a problem because it does not have its cap on, and I have misplaced it. That is inconvenient. I wonder if it's rolled off the end of my bench. All right, well, we will just have to use the pull tab here instead, which broke. Great eBay packaging. Mike says I need to swap out keyboards. And we have... Oh, look at this. We have a cute little box. What could ever be in the cute little box? All right, now I could use my scalpel and... Seriously, I set it somewhere where it was well out of the way because I had dropped the cap for it. And I did not see where the cap fell, so I set the scalpel in a safe spot. And now I found the cap and could not find the scalpel. And now I've managed to knock the cap off the bench. Oh, there's the scalpel. It was not in as safe of a place as I thought, but there it is. I'll have to find the cap. Mike is waiting for a 2019 Mac Pro from FedEx tonight. Hi, Callan. Welcome. Well, hopefully you get it from FedEx and not Fed Up. Because... And we have Garth. Hi, Garth. eBay box with a smiley face. Win-win. I know. And what do we have here? I think we have my invoice. And a memory module. Look at this. MMU Man says, yay, another patch merged into SIGROC. So we have a Corsair CMX 1024-3200 PT memory module. This is I believe this is a DDR400 memory module. And this goes to a motherboard that I have setting to my right, because it is going in a very ugly beige case that I bought. So yes, with this 1024 megabytes, as well as the matching 1024 megabytes from another one of these modules, and I was specifically trying to track a second one of these down, because this memory module is on the qualified vendor list for memory of the board. I have two whole gigabytes of memory for that board. So, there we go. Yay. Oh, and not only did they put a smiley face on it, but they asked me to give them a 5-star detailed seller rating. And a smiley face. David Starbucks says, 2048 megabytes. Such luxury. I know. And if it wasn't for the fact that I really want to build this ugly build, but don't worry, Gut Bomb, not before I do the Mad Dog build. I will do the Mad Dog build first. Because I really do need to get the box out of the basement. It's taking up room. Alright, and Garth is, I think Squawkers is at Garth's keyboard. Alright, and now that we are done with Wheel of Regrets, and also now that I realized that the cap to my scalpel did not fall where I thought it did, we will go on to the unboxing. To which I need to go back to Justin Cam, because Dave says, I got pink eye. Also, doctor at work sent me a prescription on the medication. Ooh. Yeah. I hope the medicine works, Dave. Alright, and this box comes to us from the Big Bad Biologist. And because it is too tall to fit on my workbench, and because the inner box contains an address, I am not going to open this on my bench. Actually, it looks like the outer box also contains an address, so we will very carefully open this up. Mike says, big bad box regret. I mean, I might regret what's inside. That is rare that I regret a viewer submission. But there's always that first time for everything where I regret the viewer submission. Alright, so we've got plenty of packing material, which I am going to save, because at some point Dave will probably point out, and now you have a box to send me the SE30 case. And the first item we have is a keyboard. Look at that. We have a keyboard. And we also have... I'm going to hold this momentarily because this is the panel from the box. John was going to send the original box to me, then he realized it wasn't the original box. So he cut out the panel so we could experience what the original box might have been like. So I'm going to set that to the side for a moment because that will spoil the surprise. And, all right, this is very good. This has been double boxed. I'm sure if UPS knew that there was a FedEx box inside, they would have taken extra special care of it. All right. Let me set this box over to the side here. All right. And we have the keyboard cable and the mouse. Mike says, "What's in the box?" Another box. Yeah, it's kind of like the segment from the movie UHF where he's opening Al Capone's glove box. Sort of. Although in that case, what's in Al Capone's glove box? Road maps. Hey, One Bit Fever Dreams, welcome. I will try to catch up with the chat momentarily. All right, we've got bubble wrap. We've got plastic bags. We have beige. All right. And now for the great reveal. Da, da, da. Da, da. Boom, 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 boom. We have the pinnacle of 90s Apple engineering. It was most certainly their most marvelous product ever, engineered for perfection and profit margins. Behold, it's the Macintosh Classic. And by pinnacle of Apple engineering, it was a reverse pyramid. Hi, Rudy. Welcome. Yes. John says, whew, glad it got there safely. Yes. Is it in one piece? We are about to open it up and find out for ourselves. I so far have not heard any rattling noises. So it might be in one piece. Mike says, sexy. I know. So, first glance, this CRT looks to be in good shape. I haven't heard any rattling. We have an artfully applied Apple computer sticker on the side. Very nice. We have Macintosh Classic, part number M0420. I think that might have been what they were smoking when they designed this thing. We have a power switch that was turned on. I have turned it off for safety. John says, looking forward to see what it looks like inside. I never opened it up, which is why I am going to open it up first. because reasons. So there we go. I do see there is a ribbon cable or something right there. I hope that's a ribbon cable. There is no rust on the ports that I can see. And we do have the programmer switch on the side. So without further ado, let's open this classic up and inspect it. Because I wouldn't want anything bad to happen to it, despite the fact that the Mac Classic might as well have been Spaceballs to the search for more money. And David Starbucks says, that's what I would do. Garth says, probably the best thing to do is just plug it in and fire it up then. And John says, bad Garth. See, John, don't you agree with me? I think Squawkers has stolen Garth's keyboard. All right. There is also an interesting sticker on the bottom of this. It says, start from ROM, no caps lock, and someone has hand-drawn, I'll take the case off and I'll show you. Someone has hand-drawn the Apple key, the Option key, XO, and it also says August 23, 1997, $50. Oh, it was missing a screw. How convenient. All right. F-bomb is catching up as usual. All right, cool. I am dropping things as usual. We have Socket Wrench. Hi, Socket Wrench. Free void with each purchase. Yes. One bit says, Gutbomb is using the elastic equalizer mechanics from Burnout 3, typical. Garth says, Gutbomb, hey, wait till you get to the fire part. Garth says, I had to check, and wow, yes, the Macintosh Classic model is M0420. Nice. One bit says, if you haven't played Burnout 3, that will make no sense. Which is why I'm just kind of going with it, because I've not played Burnout 1 or 2, and I have not skipped sequels to play Burnout 3. Alright. I'm not sure if I got the screw out. This was missing. Oh, there we go. Missing 2 of the screws. Means it was the partial toolless edition. Alright, here we go. Alright. Alright. Usual YouTube disclaimer. If you don't know what you're doing, don't open up anything with a CRT in it. It can hold high voltages for some amount of time, and I cannot be responsible for lost, late, cold, spindled, mutilated, misdirected electrons. And we have a non-stock or a non-base configuration. Look at this. Haha. As Sadback says, nice. Partial toolless, too. Socket Wrench says, would you like to double your void for $2? David says, if it was from West Virginia, it'd be partially toothless. Yeah, thanks, David. All right, we have a hard drive. So that was a ribbon cable I saw. We have a memory card. Look at this. We have a memory card. Very, very nice. And it does look like we may have 4 megabytes. 4 whole megabytes. Thunderclap. And, oh, Apple used a tantalum capacitor on it. Nice. I don't see any leaky electrolytics on this board. Yeah, this board looks like practically clean. All right. So let's pull out the logic board. And that should let me get a good look if there's any reefa caps in here. Because if there's reefa caps, then we are definitely not just plugging in power. We will remove the reefa cap first. Otherwise, if everything seems to be in decent shape, we might put the case back on and power it up. All right, so I got the SCSI cable and the floppy cable disconnected. And actually, does anybody know if the classic logic board uses the same plug as the SE and SE30? Garth says, no, don't power on till recap. Okay. I don't have a cap kit for this, so I may not be able to recap it tonight. By the time I got the tracking number for this, it would have been too late to have ordered a cap kit to get it here today, and I didn't want to wait to open this. Garth says, so much leakage guaranteed. John says, no reefas in these, just lots of juicy, normal electrolytics. All right, let me see if I can get this. We have V-Borg. Hi, Tim. V-Borg says, just to recap, don't turn it on until you recap. Yes. Oh, Garth says, you'll want to confirm which analog board it has, as there's potentially 2. Get the right cap kit. All right, and this is fantastic news. And bad news. The fantastic news is there is no battery in here. So we have been saved a battery disaster. The bad news is the, what is that? SCSI chip looks moist. Yep, I am pretty sure that is the SCSI chip. It looks moist. Yeah, there we go. It is one very moist SCSI chip. All right. Let me see what values of caps these are. It is possible I may have some on hand. So we got 47 16s. 47 16s. Well, at least probably remove the caps. And I think we have a 150. All right, we'll at least remove these caps and clean the electrolyte off the board. David says, lick it, I dare you. No. Sadmax says, moist is not a word I want to come across in the context of electronics. And Tim says, or in the context of sandwiches. Yes, yes, after all, the sandwich chain, Fred's Moist Sandwiches, went out of business because they had 0 customers. And I just made that up. See, you don't need AI to come up with a funny story that's not real. You can do that on your own. Dear, 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 dear. Rudy says the cap fire will get rid of the moisture. Garth says, look at the bottom of the analog board against the outside of the internal chassis. See how much gunk is there. All right. Oh, I bumped my camera. All right, there we go. We're seeing more dinosaur and less insulation. Garth says, CRT looks fairly clean. Probably not too many hours. Yeah, the CRT actually does look really clean. I'm impressed. I'm actually almost tempted to maybe pull the hard drive out and use initiator mode to see if we can image it. I don't see much gunk there. Oh, David Starbucks says, except for French dip sandwiches, of course. Garth says, oh, nice. No initial horrible corrosion. Yes. Yeah, this looks like it's a good shape. So let's see if we can't figure out what cap kits I need to order for the analog board. We'll pull out this hard drive to see if I can image it with an initiator mode. Hi, Joseph. Welcome. Joseph says, I do not build new computers anymore and have no desire to spend money, but maybe I should start a hobby building new old computers. Keyboard says, what is this? This is a Macintosh Classic. Not a Macintosh Classic 2, not a Classic 3 if that was a thing, and certainly not a Color Classic. John says, sure, I give Justin the nicest classic I've ever touched. Oh, thank you, John. It is greatly appreciated. The sacrifice you give on your channel repairing things will not go unnoticed. I will have to put a Big Bad Biologist sticker on this when I get it restored. David Starbucks says, no jank here, looks very clean. Yes, I will have to make sure I have a Big Bad Biologist sticker to put on the back of it. That way I know which one this is. So, yes, I know it was probably luck of the draw, but I do appreciate the nice gift, and I will make sure that we put this through its proper paces of recapping it, and we'll see how this Mac has withstood the test of time, because you probably knew I would eventually get to something I mentioned in my social media announcement of the live stream, that I tried to win a Macintosh Classic back in the day. Well, if you will remember, back in the early 90s, I believe when the Classic came out, or sometime very shortly thereafter, Hershey Candy ran a contest. It was the Apple a Day sweepstakes. They were giving away 365 Macintosh Classics. I believe they were the $999 models, so they would have been the wonderful 1 megabyte of RAM, no hard drive configuration. But I mailed in a couple of mail-in entries and did not win. I think they then, the next year, ran the contest again, except it was the Classic 2 instead of the Classic. And again, I think I mailed in a few entries and did not win. And I don't remember if they did it the following year. I think that might have been like a 2-year contest. I don't remember them doing it a third year in a row. And if they did, it might have been yeah, I don't know what that link is, Garth, but Bitdefender is claiming that the web page you are trying to access contains dangerous URLs. Oh, wait, I think it's just complaining about the no... Oh, it's complaining about the no security certificate. Oh, there we go. Yeah, the Hershey's 1992 Apple a Day sweepstakes. There we go. Here we go. All right, let's screen share. We'll thank you, Garth, for finding this. So there we go. Here we go. The Hershey's 1992 Apple a Day sweepstakes. Win one of 365 Macintosh Classic computers. Yeah, I think I don't remember if this is the ad I saw or the ad I saw for the contest, but I remember seeing an ad. It was in the Sunday paper or something. And yep, I do remember there were some coupons, and you could put your name, age, address, city, state, and zip on the coupon and go buy Hershey's candy. And I believe that also would give you an entry into the sweepstakes for redeeming the coupon. And I believe there was also, I know there was a no purchase necessary way to enter by mailing a 3x5 card with your name, address, and all that information. So anyways, there we go. I do remember, though, the ads looking so nice. And I mean, as a younger me wanting a home computer, I mean, look at that. Macintosh Classic. I wouldn't have probably known better that this was the crummiest of the configurations. But I'm pretty sure if we zoom in a bit more... Yep, we will see enough to know. There we go. Prizes, 365 Macintosh Classic computers, valued at $999 approximately, which the $999 configuration, if I remember correctly, was the 1 megabyte no hard drive configuration, because I want to say that with a hard drive it was like $12.99 or $14.99 or something like that. But anyways, that's the contest. I remember seeing this. I remember mailing in a couple entries, and, well, I didn't win. So, if you would happen to be watching this live stream, even on the replay, if you actually know of anyone that actually won the sweepstakes, don't dox that person, but just say, hey, I actually know someone that won this sweepstakes. And, or maybe if you're watching it and you remember the sweepstakes, say, hey, I remember entering that. No, I didn't win. Don't share who won. Not looking to identify anyone, but I'm just curious if anyone happens to know anyone that won. Granted, given how many millions of people would have lived in the US at the time, and they only gave away 365 Macintoshes, well, I guess the odds of winning were pretty small. Yep, here we go. Oh, it was 2 years later. Follow up 2 years later, 94. The Hershey's Apple a Day 2 sweepstakes. And there we go. Someone had this in their collection. And yep, I remember. I remember seeing the ad in the Sunday paper. But anyways, yep, I think they gave 365 Apple Classic 2 computers away. Again, it would have been the base configuration. But anyways, there we go. Very cool. That was the contest. So now I can finally see how, by pulling this hard drive out and trying to boot the Classic, I can see how crummy the configuration might have actually been. But let's go ahead and pull this hard drive out. We will attempt to... Actually, I think we'll... How about let's just go ahead and pull the drive cage out. And we'll clean the floppy drive as well. I think that might actually be the safer thing to do with the CRT here. Just go ahead and pull the entire drive cage. Oh boy. Oh, there we go. I don't think anyone's been in this Classic, because that screw was... I don't think that screw's been removed since it shipped from the factory. we go. Third screw out. And I know to. Okay, I can see this hard drive has an Apple sticker on it, so it is quite possible this is the original Apple hard drive. I mean, it's always possible someone added it later, but given how it felt like the screws were I thought you removed the 4 screws and the drive bracket came out, but it appears as if we are stuck. There we go. There's a spot on the bottom of the bracket that pushes into the case. And oh, that's convenient. The power, the drive power cable is, oh, there we go. Whew. All right, we got that out. I believe it's an Apple HD 40. All right, so there we go. We got the drives out. We'll take a look at these momentarily. I've got the analog board. I can see it. And at first glance, it didn't look like there was any horrible corrosion in the case, but I believe a few of these caps probably have started leaking. So we are going to recap it first. Anyways, let me look on console 5 and go ahead and see which cap kit I need to order for it. All right, computer cap kits, Apple, Mac Classic. All right. There is. Ah, yes. All right. So I will probably order the tantalum cap kit, unless I've got some tantalum caps on hand. And I need to find the part number on this analog board because there are 2 different 220, 240 volt analog boards, which would be the international one. And there were 2 different 110, 120 volt cap kits. And looks like it depends on whether this is an earlier or later classic as to which one it's going to have. And something tells me the part number is probably not in a spot where I'm going to be able to see it without removing the plastic cover off the one side. The fuse is intact. Yeah, I have a feeling the part number is on the other side of the shield. So let me see if I can't find a thing to remove the plastic. So basically, to get these off, you push the little part that goes in the middle in a little bit, or I guess out a little bit, and then the plastic piece will come off. And then we will be able to see the underside of the board, and then I'll realize that, oh, I still can't see the part number. So I am going to also remove the third one, which is down here, and then that should let me remove this plastic piece enough to hopefully be able to read the part number. The fourth one is at a spot where I can't remove it, but oh, that's weird. All right. So it is a Mac Classic analog board, and that is not a part number. All right. I don't see a part number on this. Let me look again on Console 5's website. And let's see here. So one of the analog boards, I think, is the later model that's also shared with the Classic 2. There are two versions of analog boards found in the Mac Classic. There's 630-0525, and there is 630-0395-630-0560. All right. Oh, that's... oh, look, there's a factory defect on mine. It had two covers put on it. One, two little high voltage isolation covers. Thunderclap. All right, do I see a part number on this anywhere? All right. Oh, is that... I see where it says Apple Computer Singapore. Does anyone know where the part number is printed on these? I see the barcode. Is YouTube chat just simply not working? Yeah, I don't know where the part number is on these. Maybe I might just have to remove... Wait, is this held on with only one screw by chance? Part number is by the CRT. On the component side, so you've got to take the analog boards off. Oh, all right. Of course, Apple would do that. Like, why would we put the part number of the analog board where you can easily read it after you open the case? No. And An end user will never need to know that. Never, ever. David Starbucks says, I hope you didn't get 2 part numbers along with the 2 covers. Feeling I've got to all right, let me unplug the deflection yoke. And I should probably unplug the oh, there we go. It is 630-0395. 630-0395. Excellent. It's the cheaper of the 2 kits. And by cheaper of the 2 kits, I mean it's $20.95 instead of $22.95. I'll splurge and spend my savings on the tantalum cap kit for the logic board if I need to order caps for the logic board. All right. So now that I know which kits I need, we will set the this frame to the side. Screw the analog board in so it does not fall. All right. So we'll set this to the side. And we will recap the analog board later because I've got to order a kit. Fortunately, it looks like the solder side is in good shape. So I'm hoping that a recap is all it needs and that it hopefully will be easy to clean up any electrolyte that's leaked. I think I do see some sides of electrolyte on this side of the board, but it could be flux. But it looks like the traces are all intact. So it looks like we probably got this just in time to allow it to compute another day at 7.8 megahertz or whatever that clock divider comes to. Yeah, whole whopping 7.8 megahertz. All right. As for those caps, let me see what I might have. I do have some caps, maybe. So I need 47 microfarad 16 volt and 1 microfarad 50 volt. And you know, I think there might be a computer that I may have cap kits for that have a number of 47 microfarad caps. So the main question might be whether I have a 1 microfarad 50 volt cap. So how about I'm going to do a twofer. I'm going to go set this somewhere where it's well out of the way, and I will go check on caps And if anyone's wondering what computer I might be depriving of caps until I can order more, must you ask, it would be a 2SI. Because I think I have at least one cap kit I haven't used for a 2SI. I want to say it has a bunch of 47 microfarad caps in it. I don't think it has a 1 microfarad cap, so that one I'm probably going to be searching for. But we'll see. Let me see what I got. So, behave in the chat. I'll be right back. Well, okay, I gotta move a big box first that I'm holding on to, because I do need to at some point send Dave my SE30 case for retrobrighting, and now I've got a pretty decent box to send it to him in. So, yeah, there's that. So I don't want to put this box, like, too far away. Actually, how about let me put this box over here. There we go. It'll be fine there. I'll remember what that box is for. Alright, let's see if I've got caps. Or at least the logic board. Okay, I found the 2SI cap kit. I'll have to double check its cap. Alright, I think we might be in luck. I have one cap that I ordered so I could recap an LC before I learned of Console 5 and how easy it is to order caps from them. And I got a 2SI cap kit. It's got enough 4716s in it. That will borrow caps from it. Oh, good night, John. We'll borrow caps from the 2SI kit, and then I'll order a replacement, a classic kit to replace what I borrow from the 2SI kit. Or if I order from Mauser first, I may just order caps from Mauser. That might also work. Let me double check what's on a 2SI. Oh, all right. Can't use console 5 for that. Let's see here. Recap a Mac. I think Bruce has a resources. Let's see here. 2SI. Ah, yes. The 2SI has 11 47 microfarad 16 volts. Excellent. So yes, I can borrow caps from a 2SI and recap a classic. I was thinking that I was kind of thinking that I would be able to recap this. All right, so let's see here. I'm going to need probably there we go, soldering station. I would also kind of like to, maybe before we do the logic board, maybe we can try to read the SCSI drive. I don't know if there's anything on it, but it would be nice to, in case it's got the, like, I have no idea what could be on there that's not archived already, but maybe it has drivers for some long lost accelerator card on it, or oh, excellent! My initiator mode Blue SCSI is in initiator mode. All right, so we're going to use the Captain tape of grounding. We will plug the Blue SCSI in. I will have to turn it upside down. And all right, let me go to scsi.blue. Initiator mode. All right. All right. So to do this, I need a I need an SD card. I'm just going to go ahead and do this now before I can manage to lose the drive. All right. So I got an SD card. I'm going to go ahead and I got to put a bluescsi.ini file on it. All right. New text document. Be bluescsi.ini. And we copy the initiator mode. All right, there we go. I think this SD card will be fine, even though it's got some images on it. None of them have the name that it would be trying to write an image to, so should just leave them alone. We'll put our SD card in there. Let's see here. I am going to somewhere I have a power splitter on my bench that I usually use for this because it has a Molex and a Berg connector on it, so that I can plug. Oh, and here it is. It's plugged into the other blue SCSI that's on my workbench. I must have been. Must have been doing shenanigans with it. All right, so plug that into power. We plug the hard drive into power. All right, SCSI cable is connecting. Hard drive. Blue SCSI. All right, external. All right, I'm going to use the power adapter for my. I got one of these power adapters. All right, so 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Oh, that would help if I plugged it in, right? Hold please. I don't think that's what's plugged in. Oh yeah, that's my SNES power adapter. 3210. That's not the right power adapter either. Oh, wait a minute. It is. False alarm. It's the right one. Hard drive is spinning. I would love to have a serial console, but that would require extra stuff that I don't have handy. Besides, the green flashing light is giving me green flashing light vibes. Not that you can see it, but... And we're done. It spun down. All right, we've got an image. Or we got something. Let's go look at the log. See, we got a log.txt. We have a hard drive image file. The hard drive image file is 41,040 kilobytes. So we did read something. There we go. Blue SCSI. Initiator mode. Scan for bus for drives to image. Da 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 da. There we go. Vendor Connor. Product CP3040A, 40 megabyte 3.5, version 2.31. Total drive size is 40 megabytes. Blah 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 blah. One hard drive later. Blah blah blah. 100% finishing imaging drive. Ta-da! There we go. We have an image. We have an image. Now, let's see here. Is there anything on the image? I'm trying to remember what program I have on here that might be able to open it. I think it's CiderPress. I think. Oh, hey, we read a hard drive image. All right, After Dark. Someone had After Dark installed on this thing. I know it. I don't think I can make that larger, but anyways, looks like it might be System 753, maybe. Intermission? I don't know what intermission is. Oh yeah, System Folder 75 update. Alright, doesn't look like there's anything too interesting on here, but it does look like it's a more or less a fresh OS install with a few apps, so alright, we'll have to explore that later. One bit says Justin is an adult from Peanuts confirmed. Wah 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 wah. Alright, so we've got an image of the hard drive for whatever it's worth. I mean, I guess we can use it as a... Knowing what someone might have been doing with this classic history lesson. Like, what did people use Mac Classics for? And I just got a message. Oh. Never mind. It's a boring message. Alright. Let's, so we got a hard drive. It appears to be working. It is a Connor, so it may not be working forever. Let's, I don't know. I'm tempted to maybe just take this floppy drive out. No. Let's say the floppy drive is the lesser of the needing maintenance. Alright, let's go ahead and... I was thinking I would have cleaned my workbench off a little better, but I was still kind of working on the 286 after Dave's stream on Sunday. I did figure out the reason why the 286 was not booting the XTIDE Universal BIOS is because the BIOS file I had was corrupted. I'm not sure how it got corrupted, but it was corrupted. But not as corrupted as these capacitors wanted to try to make this logic board. So, this is the Macintosh Classic. We have 1 megabyte of RAM, the absolutely necessary RAM expansion card. I would like to know if this really saved Apple money over putting SIM sockets on the board, but we have 1 ADB port, a floppy port, a SCSI port, 2 serial ports, and our probably headphones. So no microphone. No microphone, no SIM sockets, no fancy 030 processor, or 020 for that matter, because that's the 68,000. I do know that if you've got one of these and you have the ROM, to be aware that the ROM needs to go back in with the extra pins here. So I'm not going to remove this unless absolutely necessary, because I think, depending on the revision of these boards, I think you can get it turned around very quickly. Now we got our SCSI chip, which has electrolyte on it. There's our swim. There's our ADB chip. Here's our ASIC. The Bob, I believe that is the Bob Bailey unit, which would mean that's just directly from the SE30. The SE30 had a Bob Bailey unit. There's our VIA and our SCC and our processor and our real-time clock. Yeah, basically, I think this is like a cost-reduced SE. Now that I look at this, because that is totally the Bob Bailey unit. Yep, there's our CAS pal. So yeah. Anyways, let's get these caps off this board. I am going to choose the possibly the violent method. If geese recapped boards, I'm pretty sure they would use the snip method. So I always like to make sure I put a little bit of downward pressure on the cap. Make sure I don't lift up on the legs. It doesn't always guarantee you're not going to rip traces, because especially with the 2SI board, let's face it, the 2SI is like just a really cost reduced Mac 2. Mike says, I was watching one of Justin's first videos from 2020. Must have been when he first moved into the house. The basement is fuller of stuff, and I think he had the cameras arranged different view. Yeah, I don't remember how. I'd have to go back and look. I have made a few refinements over the years. Well, you should see my really early YouTube videos. I left them up because, quite honestly, I rather like how they turned out. It was for Engineers Week contest we had at work. I didn't win the contest, but I had fun. I even did some videos for one of the local fire departments, and those videos I left up too. I was like, well, I guess if any of those people ever want to go back and find the video they did, well, they're still there too. Mike says, mostly much less stuff, no dinosaur at the time. Cut to Jurassic Park clip. Bruce says, "Oh, look at that, a classic." Hi, Bruce. Welcome. Yes, I have this Macintosh Classic. It was the pinnacle of Apple's engineering in 1990. If you turn the pyramid upside down, and it actually had RAM. Look at this RAM card, and that is a tantalum capacitor. So I don't even need to recap this board. We have 4 megs of RAM, and we have the hard drive too. And Bruce says, "Apple's finest hour." Yes, I guess in hindsight, or in retrospect, I guess it's okay I didn't win that contest for the Macintosh Classic, because, I mean, it would have been the floppy drive only version, and let's face it, it probably would have made me want a PC more than ever. Instead, I at least got to have a few more years of Mac enjoyment. Gutbum says, "Apple's foulest hour." Mega says, "Don't look, Bruce. There's twist removal happening." I am not twisting. I am not twisting. I am just simply putting some downward pressure and clipping. I do not twist. I do not twist. I do not do the twist, and I do not play Twister. Now that we have all that cleared up, let's get these last few caps off the board. And yeah, that cap there smelled, when I snipped it, it smelled of like fish. Stian says, "I am not twisted." Quotes may be slightly inaccurate. Hi, Stian. Welcome. Oh yeah, I forgot to show you all the notes that were on the bottom of the case. Luckily, I didn't set the case off to the side. Let me at least have the courtesy of showing them right side up. So these are the stickers that were on the bottom of the case. I mean, I would, if I was going to write myself a cheat sheet, I probably would have at least had the courtesy of leaving them for myself on the back of the case. There you go. Start from ROM, no caps lock, Command Option XO. And there we go. August 23, 1997. Oh, I bet that's August 23rd, 1997. $50. I bet someone paid $50 on August 23rd, 1997 for this. And I don't know how good of a deal that was in 97. Because, man, the 68030, or, I mean, the 68,000 processor would have been, like, ancient in 97. But then again, I guess it might let someone have a computer their kids can type documents on or something. Although it looked like there wasn't really anything installed in that case. Callan says, "Pinnacle and Color Classic are two words I never thought I'd ever hear together," which is why I said them together. And then said, "If the pyramid's upside down." Mega says, "I enjoy this method personally." Gutbomb says, "I twist purely for channel engagement." Yes. Sadmax says to Gutbomb, "To be fair, there's always going to be channel engagement about that, and thermal paste application." Alan says, "Classic, not color." Sigh. Stian says, "It had color in the Apple logo." Yeah. Anyways. All right, we got one more cap. And then we'll see if we can't maybe Yes, I will make sure to apply a copious amount of um, liquid metal thermal paste on this classic after recapping it because everyone loves a good thermal paste job, right? I don't know how we're going to keep the. Hope y'all know I'm joking. I don't know how we're going to keep the liquid metal on the CPU because Apple was not forward thinking enough to put a liquid metal thermal paste retention barrier on the computer. So shame, Apple. Ian says, let's not do the twist. Yeah, singing it. All right. There we go. And that should be all the caps. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's all the electrolytics. So I guess David Starbucks says you should use thermal paste instead of flux. Many pearls would be clutched. For my next trick, I'm going to use some. Actually, let's do this. Oh, well, that's solder paste. That's not the one I'm looking for. I thought I had some flux. Oh, there it is. Let's see if we can clean up these pads. And tonight we are using ChipQuick SMD 4300 TF10 because that's pretty much what I've been buying these days. It's not the fancy stuff from the famous YouTuber. Not a sponsored product. I think Bruce has recommended it on his streams before. And, well, they weren't sponsoring him either, as far as I know. Bruce is still there. He can recommend other fluxes if he's tried anything recently that's worth a mention. No, I have not ordered or tried. Was it Northridge Repair? I have not tried the Northridge Repair flux or even ordered it. Oh, Northridge Fix. Thank you. I get Northridge Fix and Northwest Repair mixed up. And honestly, that's probably because Northwest Repair named the channel confusingly. Or is it Northridge Flux? I don't remember, says David. Mega says, Bruce, you can uncover your eyes now. All right. So I am going to turn my fan on because, oh boy, that smelled like fish. Basically, I'm just applying some new solder to the old solder, and then I'm going to wick it away, and hopefully the SMD legs will come with it. being really ineffective, as you all might be able to tell. Let's see if I can get my fan closer to the classic board so that I don't dream of putrefied fish tonight. Oh, David Starbucks says Northwest Repair is all GPU. I believe Northridge Fix does everything. Yeah, I believe you are correct. Oh, by the way, David, you might be interested to know that I am using one of those two video cards you sent me to stream now. I swapped the super 1650 or 1660, whichever it was. I swapped it into this computer I'm streaming from now. So thank you again for sending those cards along. The other one I'm saving for a Linux build. Ian says, looks like a Northwest Flex to me. Callan says, I've tried their Flux. It's not bad, but use Siri ASM pretty much exclusively now. Ian says, Siri ASM NSFW. Thomas says, howdy, everyone. Hi, Thomas. All right, we are recapping the classic board because we're going to try to. I found caps. I might be robbing Peter to pay Paul, so to speak, but let me add some more flux here. I'm going to use a 2SI cap kit to recap the classic board here, and I will replenish the caps that I use from the 2SI board or cap kit. Now, if you're just, David says, NVIDIA card for a Linux build, you are a brave man. Well, at least I'm going to, I think the operative word is try. It may fail, but I'm going to try to use it in a Linux build. I mean, I may have to beg for a channel donation of a Radeon card as a backup hedge, but because I think Radeon works better in Linux than NVIDIA. But well, that's a pretty decent NVIDIA card, so if I do manage to get it working, it would be pretty nice in the build. So I don't remember what card it was, but yeah. I'm holding it for a Linux build attempt. Ah, there we go. David says AMD is supported at the kernel level, kind of like Mac OS. David says, depends on the distro. If you use an Ubuntu-based distro, it will be fine. Yeah, I was probably going to use an Ubuntu-based distro after the joke distro, which I fully expect the joke distro won't work, but uh-oh, I don't know where that screw came from. All right. Let me put that very tiny screw in a bag because at some point I'm going to realize what it goes to. If I can find the bags. Yeah, I found a little tiny screw on my bench. I know it goes to something important. I just can't remember what it goes to at the moment. Mega says, there's nothing wrong with Debian. What? I mean, alright, here's the deal. For the video, it will start with a joke distro. And we will go from there. I am not going to say what joke distro or why. Or even what has compelled me to try the joke distro. But I know Gutbomb, if he remembers some of my more questionable eBay purchases, knows exactly what I'm going to do. David says, to get NVIDIA support in Debian takes a witch doctor and a shaman. Gutbomb says, I know exactly what he's going to do. Alright. So, I'm cleaning the board. And I am first using some acetone because I am cleaning the flux I just used off the board. And I think I'm realizing that this flux cleans up better with acetone than isopropyl alcohol. And then I am going to give this board a thorough scrubbing with isopropyl alcohol. And if I can find a container it will fit in, I might actually just give it an isopropyl alcohol bath. I thought I'd at least clean the flux off first. Alright, so the flux is off. Uh-oh. Stian says, I'm going to write a Trident driver for Linux. David says, my favorite distro is LMDE, by the way, just not with any NVIDIA cards. Sadmac says, Stian, I don't think Justin is that insane, and Sadmac is correct. I will give you a clue. Pink. Alright, your clue is over. Gutbomb's probably now typing, now I know exactly for sure, yes, what he's going to do. Theory confirmed. Ian's asking, intelligent? David says Barbie Linux. Ian's guessing chirp. I am going to neither confirm nor deny the allegations being set forth in the chat. I'm not confirming, I'm not denying. I am neither confirming nor denying. Gutbomb says, yep, confirmed. Sadmax says, I bet Hannah Montana. David Starbuck was guessing Hannah Montana. I am saying nothing. I am just simply reading what the chat has said. Sadmax says, but we'll just have to stay tuned. Yes. I do have a few builds in front of it, though, so... Because December's coming up. So I've got this 486 system that I've been upgrading to make a video about the upgrades, so I think that's going to be a December video. I would like suggestions for what to do with a 486 computer, and I will be looking at 1Bit's list of games for vintage computers, and I will hopefully find at least one on the list that we'll try on the computer. It is if anyone wants to know the specs, it's a 486. I've got one of those AMD 5x86 upgrades in it. 56 megabytes of RAM and a 6.5 gigabyte hard drive. And I am going to quadruple boot the system, I believe. So the operating systems that are currently probably the ones I'll pick, we've got DOS 622 and Windows 3.1. That'll be combo 1. I think Windows 95 First Edition is operating system number 2. Operating system number 3 will be Windows 98 Second Edition. And then operating system number 4, I'm torn between like Windows 2000, although I think Windows 2000 it might be that might be under the spec for Windows 2000, or possibly, but not part of December, some Linux distro. So you can let me know your thoughts on that, but. And I was trying to split the Windowses because I know Windows 98 Second Edition is definitely better than Windows 98 First Edition, but I was kind of wanting to do, since there's no USB on the system, I thought Windows 95 First Edition might be like do it as the First Edition and then Windows 98 Second Edition. No, this one's, David, this one's for December. It is not, it's not that, we haven't gotten to that Linux build yet. So anyways, I want to do that for December. Ian says, Linux distro with DOSBox is fair game for December. Yes, but not on a 486. I'm not running DOSBox on a 486. All right, another video that I'd like to get out for December is an update video on the Emerson 8000 EC. I think that was the computer that was in my first scripted video on the channel. I'd like to get another video out on that one for December. Because I've done some upgrades to it, and I'd like to do a video on the upgrades. Maybe that's my goal for December, is to get 2 videos out. Plus live streams. Don't worry. There will be live streams. I should probably ultrasonically clean this board, but I thought that I might as well just try to give this thing the best scrub I can before I recap it. I don't think there was much electrolyte that seeped to the bottom, but, well, we'll just kind of give it a quick clean. Alright, let's let that dry off for a moment. David Starbucks says, I think I might install my PicoGuess in a 486 and play Doom all month for December. Thomas says, it looks like a clean classic. Yeah. It looks like I got the caps off cleanly, so... Or Star Wars Dark Forces. I think the board cleaned up nicely. We'll take a look at these traces that would have been under the caps, but at least unmagnified, I don't see any causes for concerns. I think we might have gotten to this classic just in the nick of time. All right. All right. Spray a little contact cleaner on the board to help the isopropyl evaporate. And I'm gonna spray some contact cleaner in the ports. Oh, neat. This logic board says assembled in Ireland. Interesting. Thomas says, oh, evil 42-pin socket with 40-pin ROM. Yeah. That's why I'm not taking the ROM out, because I don't want to accidentally put it back in wrong, because that would be a catastrophe, because I sure don't have any 40-pin ROM chips to burn a replacement from. At least that I know of. It's possible if you, like, oh yeah, that's just like a 27C something or other. Maybe I do, but all right. Trying to wait for this to dry. Oh, it's only 9:54. Excellent. I would like to know if this is compatible with the, like, can I plug the Mac Pico vid into that? Or not the Mac Pico vid, Thomas says it's a still hard to find EEPROM. Yeah, I was afraid of that. What's the product that was the oh, I guess. Oh, it's the SE combo vid I have. I bet that's not compatible. Why would Apple have used the same pinout? All right, let me clean up these old capacitor bits off my bench, because I don't want to get metal bits on this logic board. It's feeling so much cleaner now that I've cleaned the electrolyte off of it. If I get this board recapped, I'd like to test it, but I don't know that I can test it. I don't think I've got a... I don't think I have anything that it would be compatible to plug into to test. Because I'm not totally convinced that, even though that connector looks the same, I'm not convinced the pinout's the same as the SE. Alright, I need to let that dry a little bit more. It's still a bit wet. In the meantime, I'll see if I can't find a Mac. Alright, so... Alright, so the... Alright, so it looks like... If I am reading this correctly... Yeah, it kind of looks like they're different pinout. I bet that is... yeah, I bet Apple changed the pinout. They would, of course. Of course. Yeah, okay, I can't, the one pinout I found for the classic power connector makes it look like the power connector is, like, backwards on the classic as opposed to the SE. Gupbum says, yeah, this can't be used with the SE combo power dealy from Ron yet. Alright, so looks like I'm going to recap this and then we won't be able to test it tonight because analog board. Also, that is like the world's cutest little tantalum capacitor, and I cannot see the mark on it to know if I've got it placed right or wrong. Alright. Oh, yep. I guess I did. Yep, there we go. It's a tantalum cap. Tantalums have the stripe on the positive side. So there we go. Capcom says he's coming out with an adapter for it. Excellent. All right. Well, I wish we had an adapter for tonight, but we don't. But the community will have one at some point, and then we will be able to repair our compact Mac boards, our black and white compact Mac boards out of the case, test them before we bother to put them back together, and it will be wonderful. And these are not that's not what I was looking for. And I just dropped the cap on the table. All right. Let's see if I can find my tweezers, which is what I was actually looking for. Thomas says the analog side will work. I don't know about that, Thomas. I appreciate. I like the optimism, but I am not totally convinced that the analog board in that classic doesn't have capacitor issues that will cause it to not work. Or, well, yeah. Thomas says it may smoke, but it'll work. Now, there is the problem. I don't want it to smoke. Then my basement smells like smoke for weeks. I know some of you all are like, well, that's not our problem, that's your problem. All right, there we go. Thomas says just reflow the flyback and connectors. All right, I realized what I forgot to do was check these traces. That trace is fine because that was just. Yep, there's no trace under there. Yeah, Sadmac says, may not be our problem, but the fact that he has to deal with the smoke afterwards makes it rather off-putting. Yeah. All right, those traces are fine. I think I might have scratched this. Or, yep, that's fine. And 1, 2, 3. Yeah, those are totally fine. Yeah, we're good. We're good in terms of... Thomas is asking, are there like 10 caps of the same value? Uh, no, there's 7 caps of the same value. And I'm robbing a 2SI cap kit to recap this board. I'll replace the caps. All right, so there's 5 capacitors. And... all right. And 3 more. And I'll leave myself a note on this bag that I borrowed. There we go. Left myself a note on the bag. I'm sure the 2SI will not care because it's not functional right now. I think I have only one 2SI that I have not actually recapped. Because the first one I tried to resurrect, I recapped it. And it still doesn't work. The second one had so many missing pads. I think this cap kit that I'm using here is the one I bought for it. But it's in such rough shape that unless I'm pretty sure I can make it work, I'm not going to recap it. The last time I tried to power it up, it did nothing, so it might be a candidate to run the diagnostic mode on because it might be SAD-macking, but it's missing some components in the audio circuit, so I would never hear it SAD-mac. Oh, shop Goodwill for my consideration. A 2SI. $81? Are people crazy? That there is no way a Mac SI 2SI is worth $81, even if it has a Mac and more sticker on the front. Parts and repair, vintage, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely parts and repair. Yeah, Goodwill doesn't even take inside photos. Yeah, no. $81 is too much. Yeah, $81 is too much. I would rather buy a VIC-20 and incur the wrath of gut bomb masking if that's a VIC-20 than spend $81 for a 2SI. And that's not even like... and I think it still has a little bit to go. I mean, seriously. Gut Bomb's going to have a video soon. I'm helping him with the video. I kind of know what the conclusion's going to be on it. Don't spend $81 on a Macintosh 2SI until you watch the video. Or at least until you watch the video. Then, of course, the video's not done, so I don't know what the video... I know what the video's... the moral of the story's going to be. So, yeah. I can say, don't spend $81 on a Macintosh 2SI until you've seen Gutbum's video that will be released at some point in the future. Gutbum says, don't spend 81 cents on a 2SI. Yeah, that good. Yeah, that's definitely a good one. Yeah, at least until Gutbum releases the video and you watch it, then. I would say at that point, well, we've informed you, and at that point, you're making your own choices, and but believe me, as someone who spent more than $81 on Macintosh 2SIs to try to get one working, don't don't spend 81 cents on a 2SI. I'd rather see you buy a I don't know a Mac SE or an LC. Bob says, David, if you want a classic, I'll give you one. Yes, if it says anything, of the 4 2SIs that I have, only one works. And I'm hoping that maybe I can get one more working, but David says, Gutbum says, don't buy an LC lol, also crummy. I know the LC's crummy. Okay, at least buy an LC2. My first Mac, the first Mac I ever used was an LC, so my recommendation for an LC was biased. Honestly, though, I guess if you're going to buy one of the pizza box LCs, maybe look for an LC3, because then at least you get a full 32-bit bus. Oh, Gutbum says not even an LC2. LC3 or higher are fine. Yeah, I guess the LC2 is pretty crummy. It's basically an LC with an 030. It still has the RAM limit. Yeah, you're probably right. I get an LC3. Gutbum says LC475 is the sweet spot. You can still find them cheap enough. Yeah, I've been looking for another LC475, and well, yeah, you can find them at good prices, but I haven't found one at the price I'm trying to buy it at. But granted, I have reasons why I'm trying to pay less than the usual going price. David says, I'm not too interested in the Pizza Box Max or the Beige Max as of yet. I'd love a Quadra 700 though, and Amiga 3000 to go along with my 486. All right, so we got 4 more caps to go. And then we'll clean the board up. I think I will go ahead and clean the floppy drive just so I can put. I guess I'll clean the floppy drive after the recap, and that way I can at least put the drives back in. I guess we'll try powering it up. Although I don't know if that's really a great idea though, because I know the analog boards are usually a hot mess. All right. Thomas Armstrong says our EOC is issuing Solar Storm Active. Yeah, I saw a forecast that there was a chance that you could see the Aurora Borealis from Virginia tonight, and I think an even better chance tomorrow. Ah, beautiful. All right. Touch that one up a bit. Okay, beautiful. There we go. We got 2. Three and sometimes I don't learn soon enough when to leave well enough alone with the way the solder joints look. A couple of these that I just want to make sure they look nice and uniform. I want to. All right. There we go. Oh, you didn't see the. Yeah, 475s kind of go for a lot more than on eBay than. I think there is an eBay premium on them because lots of people want LC 475s just because they're so versatile. I mean, one way you could try to well, no, I don't have any. I mean, I think I've paid. So I've bought two LC 475s on eBay. And the only reason I was crazy enough to do that is because the LC pizza boxes are my favorites. And I bought one that has an auto inject drive and one with a manual inject drive, and it turns out my auto inject drive one is it's an Apple dealer upgrade. Probably an LC2 to an LC 475. Unfortunately, I don't have that logic board working yet, which is kind of why I was looking for another 475, or maybe more specifically a logic board. I'm kind of afraid something might have happened to my 470, the second 475's logic board. Yeah, I think I paid about 100 for the first one. I think the second one was 150. I think the eBay seller kind of, well, the first one I bought, it was imported from Japan, so it was that long ago that it would have been cheaper to do that. Kind of one of those Japan auctions where they listed it as junk, more or less. It was actually an eBay auction, so I didn't have to use one of those proxy bid services because this particular seller had listed it on eBay US. All right. So I think that should probably. That looks good, at least on the flux side of things. And we'll give this one more go over with some isopropyl alcohol. I can find the toothbrush I was using. Oh, there it is. Oh, I should probably. I think both LC475s that I got, neither of them had the hard drive. Although, given how badly broken the case was that I got from Japan, it's probably just as well that it didn't have a hard drive, because the hard drive would have probably would have become a potentially would have become a flying object in the box between here and there. So maybe it's just as well it didn't have the hard drive. All right. So there's that. Our classic board has been recapped. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 47 microfarad caps, and one 1 microfarad cap. Again, the 47s came from a 2SI cap kit. The one came from one I'd ordered before I'd ordered caps to recap an LC or something like that. So I had a spare cap from that endeavor where I just ordered caps myself. So yes. Yeah, I got oh, I guess another. So I'd like to thank Tom Barber for digging through the free pile for me at the swap meet this past weekend. He I guess RetroTech Chris had posted some photos of the free pile, and I told Tom, I was like, I've got a Performa 6100 without a case badge. Can you find me a donor case so I can put a case badge on it? And Tom Barber dug through the free pile. He found a case top that is in pretty rough condition, but it still had the sticker on it. And while it's for a Performa 6115 and mine's a Performa 6117, it's close enough. So if you all know that I have a 6100 that I've been looking for a part number sticker for it, well, Tom Barber grabbed one from the free pile, and RetroTech Chris is holding on to it for me until I can get up to pick that up. So thank you to Tom for digging through that free pile. Because also, Bill Lewis had a terminal for me. So he knew I was looking for one. I don't know what the terminal is, but it takes a PS2 keyboard, so it's not like anything super old. But that'll be nice to have a terminal. So thank you to Bill. RetroTech Chris is holding that for me as well. So you never know when a terminal might come in handy. SGI IRIX install. Dan says, I'm debating looking for another mirror drive door. I have one I can pick up for $50, but it's a Firewire 800. I would have preferred a Firewire 400. I have a Firewire 400 one, but it smells horrendous. Former smoker machine, I'm guessing. It may be unsalvageable. I know if I found a Firewire 800 on Marketplace for $50, I would probably go pick it up. Even though I don't really need it. If there was a chance that it was especially if there was a chance that it could be the 1.42 gigahertz version and or have an ATI 9700 Pro card in it, I would probably risk being known as having too many mirror drive doors and would go pick it up for $50. I could always rehome it again for $50. That is going to look so nice. Thomas says, I got my iMac 27-inch together last night on Trina Stream, and it works excellent. I wish I had a one of those screens to help you out, Mike, but... And in terms of iMac G4s, I have one, and it's a working iMac G4, and it's actually only the 15-inch screen, or it's the smallest screen. I can ever get my set that I have in my office finished, the iMac G4 is going to be on the set. Just because it's such a cool looking computer. I would actually like to set it up so I could read scripts from it. Alright, let's, Alright, so we don't need to do anything to this board. There's no electrolytic cap on this board. In fact, I don't even need to find RAM for it because it looks like we have 3 megabytes installed, which is great. All right, we know the hard drive works. So when we put this back together, we'll be able to boot from the hard drive. And I'm just going to put the hard drive back in the computer for now. I mean, I may swap it out for a blue SCSI later, but... It's probably a Mac that I wouldn't mind having a Wi-Fi blue SCSI in, and I don't have any Wi-Fi blue SCSIs at the moment, other than the one that's my initiator mode. My initiator mode blue SCSI that I need to not put in a Mac Classic because that would make it very hard to image drives. Although I have a lead on some blue SCSIs, so... And I know where I could buy some assembled blue SCSIs. I have a... David Starbucks says, I just picked up a mirror drive door, 1.25 gigahertz, 2 gigabytes RAM, original hard drive works, ATI 9800 Pro. Oh, nice. That's a nice setup, David. $50. Welcome to the world of G4. I think you got an excellent deal. 9800 Pro and 2 gigs of RAM. That's... Ian says, I actually have a 1.42 board. I was going to put it in the FireWire 400, but the smell is unbearable. I've cleaned it to the best of my ability. I may just take the components out and send the case to recycling. It's that bad. Ooh. Ew, if it's that, yeah. Yeah, I honestly, if it's been smoked around that much that the plastics have absorbed the smell that bad, yeah, I honestly can't blame you for possibly, as much as I'd like to say that they can all be salvaged. I mean, if it was smoked around that much that the plastic has just really absorbed the smell, then yeah, that might be the case of it's just not... The smell may never come out of that plastic if it's that bad. That is kind of one bad thing about the plastic. All right. feeling like a fool. Like I should know how to trip the... Oh, that might be why it won't trip. Maybe... Oh, there we go. Mike says, soak the 1.42 board in IPA after a good scrub with a fine paintbrush. Yeah, Stan says, the board got a nice propal bath. The case is the problem. I don't think the Surgeon General would recommend that solution. Oh, David says, it's quite snappy. I just need to replace the speaker. I think the former owners had kids and it's destroyed. Yeah, actually, I think those speakers are somewhat fragile. Because I think at least one of the G4s I have had a blown speaker. Because they are kind of fragile. So I'm not entirely surprised that the speaker's blown in it. Pump says, power washing with IPA sounds expensive. Yeah. I mean, there is one thing you could maybe try, Stian. I don't know how well it would work, and obviously you would need potentially to buy something. It just dawned on me. I don't know if you'd have the ability to put that case, like, if in an oversized bag and take an ozone generator and maybe just put the case in a heavy-duty bag with the ozone generator and seal it up. I mean, it's possible that might cause yellowing to the plastic, but... Oh, someone's been in this floppy drive. No, but I don't think anyone's been in this floppy drive, because... Alright, so I got two power supply protectors, but apparently we're missing one of the... Alright, that's fine. I think it'll still work with 3, because this probably shipped from the factory that way. David says, Goodwill in North Florida has some great deals on computers from time to time, and I'm 20 minutes from the pickup location. Yeah, that would be... Oh, yeah, Mike says I have the same problem on the G3 Max. The speaker membrane disintegrated over time. Ian says, I'm in Southeast Florida. Perhaps I need to take some trips up I-95. And I have friends in Florida. Perhaps I just need to go to Florida sometime on vacation. Dave says it'll work with 3 washers. Yeah, it probably has for I don't know how many years. Ian says, come on down. You're the next contestant on How Long Until You See an Alligator? Oh, wait, we all know the answer to that. There'll be one waiting for you at the airport if it can only manage to get on the runway. Yeah, I think most other airports, the job is bird scarer, but apparently in Florida, it's also gator wrangler. Mike says all the good compute thrift is near Justin. Apparently, nothing up here in the Metro New York City area. I think the good stuff seems to be in like the like DC, Baltimore kind of Delmarva area. Stan says, I had a gator wrap for lunch yesterday, not even joking. Well, yeah, I kind of, I mean, yeah, I've heard of gator meat before, so it does not surprise me, especially if there's a surplus. Mike says, the problem with going thrift hunting when far away from home is that I'm not always driving to the destination. Yes. All right, all right, so basically what I'm going to do, because this drive is actually fairly clean, but the lubrication's dried up. So I'm going to we're going to open this up and we'll probably find the cheese gear has turned to cheese. So we'll replace the gear and lubricate the inside of this. We'll relubricate the stepper motor shaft and the rails. We'll add some lubrication to the slide points here. We'll clean up this old lube. We'll clean that old stuff up, and we'll make sure this slides, and then we'll relubricate the metal moving points on this. Should actually be fairly straightforward. The hardest part, I think, is going to be to bend this clip without breaking it. However, if I do break it, then I will get to try a repair method that Garth suggested at one point, and that is to use a little bit of gaff tape to hold it closed. But it looks like I did not make a gaff tonight. There we go. Came right off. So let's see here. I can find my tweezers. Unfortunately, the handle of my tweezers look like other things on my bench, which is why I manage to lose them all the time. All right, I guess I can. I'll just use this. So that's not the cheese gear because this is the cheese gear right here. And it's called the cheese gear because over time the plastic dries up and the teeth will break or the gear will crack. And this gear is, oh, it's still, oh, interesting. It's, all right. Well, it's actually still a good gear somehow. But I'm not going to use it because this is a compact Mac. It is hard enough to get to the floppy drive. You've got the CRT as an obstacle. So I usually, when I do get a gear that's not bad, I will hold on to it and I will generally put it in, if I've got a desktop Mac and I run out of gears, then I will use that in the desktop Mac because they're easier to, if the gear would break, then it's easier to take them apart and fix the problem. So I am going to give it a little clean in here. Kind of take care of the old grease. And all that dries. Let me grab a new gear. I should have some gears from Mac Effects. All right, so there's a new gear from Mac Effects. I will take this gear here that's not completely bad, and I will stick it in the bag with the new gears. It's obvious which is which. And all right. So now what I'm going to do is take some sewing machine oil. This is my favorite oil for lubricating the inside of the drive, since there's a cover that'll hold everything in. So I usually will put a drop of oil after making sure the thing is on. I like to put a drop of oil on that gear. I like to make sure there's a drop of oil around that gear. And I usually put a little drop of oil, or and I'll put a drop of oil kind of where these meet. There. We'll spin these around, kind of distribute the oil. There. Then I'll line this up because that needs to be like this for reassembly. Then I will put this gear on, and I'll put a little drop where those two gears are going to meet. And there we go. Right. I don't know. Maybe I go overboard in these, but I want to make sure that it moves smoothly. And then I just snap this back together. And there we go. That looks good. Just like that. Ah, yes, cookout. Definitely a southern thing. We've got a cookout here. Let's see here. So for this, I'm first going to clean the old lubricant off, because it's all gummed up anyways. So some on that, and there, and dried up, and there. Well, I'll kind of try to remember where there was lubricant, because that's where I'll place more. Replace it. And for this, I'm going to... That sewing machine oil would also be a good lubricant here, but it's kind of where I start to also use other lubricants, just so that I don't have to worry about getting machine oil in the floppy disk. Although I think here is still where I may use some. Oh, I need to clean the lubricant off of this. So this is going to go back together. So I think for this, I think this is where I'm going to use some. If I can find where I put the tube. That. Oh, it's probably on my workbench. Right about. Wrong, Deox. I'm looking for my bottle of deoxit lithium grease. Oh, I bet it fell off the edge of my workbench. That might be why. Oh, nope, there it is. It's under a floppy drive that I need to remember to clean. I think I got this stuff at last time I was at Micro Center. Obviously not sponsored, but this is lithium grease. It doesn't have. I don't think it's got titanium dioxide in it, but it's got a little bit of deoxit in the lubricant. So it's a little bit pricey, and I haven't been using it long enough to have long term evidence. But I do like the fact that it doesn't have. It seems to be a higher quality lithium grease than some products. So I like using lithium grease on floppy drives around places where if the oil got out of place, like for example, if you accidentally turn the Mac sideways, or actually even maybe on purpose turn the Mac sideways to look at something, then I'm not worried that this lithium grease will get into the floppy disk. So basically, I put a little dab of this kind of where the old grease was. And we'll just go ahead and put this. And then if I kind of does look like I probably do need to. Probably should have actually put this on the four little raised points on the bottom of this. That notification. Oh, there's a Twitch notification. Of course, Twitch's notification would be special. All right. And now that I've put that down, I am going to wipe up a little bit of the excess that I don't think is actually doing anything. Like I don't think these dabs are doing anything there. That one I think is. But what I can do instead is like spread this excess back around these points there. All right. That feels pretty smooth. I'm happy with that. So I'll go ahead and put these there we go. That's looking good. So next, I'm going to clean the slide rails here. Get the old lubricant off. Remove the stepper. All right, let that dry, and then I'll put some deoxit. Yeah, I think Ron has invite privileges to that Discord. I don't know who else does. I do not, so I can't invite you. Maybe someday I'll manage to set up a Discord server for my channel, but the thing is, I would want it to be a well-run Discord because I have seen way too many Discords that are not well run and some that are just downright dumpster fires. Trying not to overdo it, but I also want to make sure that when the carriage moves on the rail that gets some lubricant in the bearing. All right. Now we should be able to put this back on like so. It says I run a Discord server, but it's for an entirely different hobby. license plate collecting. David's asking, is that one of the units with bad gears? Yes, it is. And I replaced, although the gear in this one was okay, but I replaced it. And I will probably just to make sure I have this floppy drive reassembled correctly, I will probably pull an LC out that is has a OS on it and everything. Put this floppy drive on the LC, and we'll give it a quick test before I bother to, because I don't want to put it in the classic and then find I have a problem. It is one advantage to having a few known working Macs at my disposal, as we can. Oh, no, that's right. Okay, I think that is the correct way to put that together. Let me put a little bit of, I do like to make sure we got some lubricant on these bearings. So I'll put some there. Also trying to make sure we get some on the metal that it rides on. That. I'm going to put these springs back on to hold this together, and then I'll get the we'll get the some lubrication on the top side. There we go. So now, I think the points I want to lubricate are here. That's a metal sliding surface. A little here. A little dab there. Just oh, one last important. Yeah, I gotta put the plastic clip back on that the head assembly rides on. There we go. Okay. So now, if I can find a disc, doesn't matter what it is, I just want to inject and eject the disc a couple times to make sure that I've got the, at least get some confidence that I've reassembled it, and then we'll test it in a Mac. But I just need a disc where when all the disks go running away when they know I want to test a floppy drive. Well, I guess I could just go grab a. Okay, I'm gonna grab a LC. And I think this LC is working. I think. Okay. LC2 doesn't really matter what the config is. Just gonna. All right, floppy drive, power. Got a blue SCSI, so I have an OS. Keyboard. Keyboard. Should probably test. We'll test the one John sent on the classic. Hey. Oh. Let's help to plug video in. 1, 2, 7. All right. Does look like I was using a. Oh, I bet I had this on the video adapter on the Quadra 700 last. So I think that should be a good resolution. Like the wrong. Yeah, it's on the wrong input. There we go. And Stian says Comcast usually starts killing his. Oh man. Comcast usually starts killing his bandwidth as we get closer to midnight for some reason. Yeah, boy, is my bandwidth bad. It's bad. I think Comcast is feeding my bandwidth through a Mac Classic right now. All right, we are going to use a purple floppy disk because no reason. It's the first one in the box. So we will stick a disk in the drive. We are going to erase the disk. I am going to format it for Macintosh. Because this is a Macintosh disk, it is going to get a proper untitled name. Stian says it puts the floppy in the drive or it gets the hose again. correlation does not mean causation on the bandwidth, but you are right. It almost is. It's almost bad enough lately that probably I'm going to have to call Comcast and tell them that for some reason my bandwidth goes to nothing after like 11 p.m. and Stian says correlation does not mean causation either. Oh, correlation doesn't not mean causation either. It's suspiciously Comcastic. Well, we just formatted the disk, and I think probably what you all will want to see though is, does it eject or did I put the thing in wrong? All right. I think I might have. I think I may have put the thing on backwards or something. Yeah, it is not. It is not ejecting the disk. All right. All right. Take the floppy drive. I know that I've got it together for manual eject. This probably means I put the I didn't even really hear it try to eject. Let me make sure I even plugged the. Yeah, I didn't even hear it try to eject. Let's try this again. I will put the disk in. I'm holding the mouse button down to try to make it eject it. I don't even. I'm not even feeling the eject motor. Here's what I'm going to do. Let me remove the. All right. So I'm going to remove the disk carriage. Or I'm gonna remove this now. And I'm going to see. All right. I don't know how well this is going to work. But now that I have loosened this, I'm going to put the springs back on so that I can insert a disc. Because what I want to do is I want to see if it's even trying to move that. Is it even trying to eject, or is that the, I don't know if it's a stepper motor or what kind of motor it is, but is it even trying to eject the disc, or is that motor just dead? As clean as this floppy drive is, I'd be surprised if it's dead. But then again, I don't know where this Mac's been, and maybe someone. Maybe somehow the disc got bound up and burnout trying to. All right. So there's that. Now, we won't actually be able to eject a disc like this, but I'm fairly sure that it should try to eject the disc. Um, if I plug the cable in and not jam it in the fan, that is. All right. This disc has no system on it, so it's going to want to try to eject it. I I don't I don't think it even tried to eject. We are booting into Mac OS, so I'll try to eject the disk from Mac OS. I am very tempted to go grab another one of these, plug it in, and see if it will eject. See if it does what I expect it to do. Hello, Jack68K. Welcome. I'm troubleshooting. At a megabit a second, apparently. I will zoom in for everyone's benefit. So I'm going to try to eject this disc again. And that didn't even move. No, I replaced the gear. I replaced the gear, and I guess the only other thing that maybe did I maybe not get it together right? I'm gonna power down and I guess I'll check it. All right. Let me see if I can't. All right, let me open this up again. I will remove the one gear. So there we go. Because you can't test it. You can't move it like this. So let's remove this gear. And I guess let me make sure I got this gear in all the way. Feels like I do. All right. Let's try this. All right. So plug that in. Turn it on. I'll hold the mouse button down. Does the big gear turn freely now? Yes, it does. Oh, I feel I think the motor seized because I felt thumping, but I don't think it was like I don't think I was feeling it through the I don't think it was coming from the heads or something. I think it was the motor trying to move. All right, we'll let it boot into Mac OS and then we'll see if we can I'll try to eject it again and see without the new gear can we see that move? Because maybe I should put a little more oil. Possible I gotta take the gear out and try to turn it. I'll try to turn that gear without it powered. Otherwise, you wonder if the copper contacts became detached at the top of it. All right, we'll have to inspect that. Not while it's powered up, though. Because I have the LC2 on. I'm going to try to eject the disc. All right, I'm going to try to eject it now. We'll see if we see that. If the motor's working, we should see that brass gear turn. And no. I felt it thump, but it did not turn. Did I have the top of it apart? No, I did not. All right, we are not It is not. I don't want to try to move that brass gear while the computer's powered. All right, I'm tempted to go grab another floppy drive. I think I have one where the motor is detached because I broke the clip on it. Because I just want to plug another motor in and see if it. Well, I can tell you. It's not the most freely spinning gear there. I don't know how free that should be, but that feels gummed up. No, haven't resorted to that. All right, I'm gonna give it one more try. I've got the mouse button held down, and if it doesn't work, then I don't want to have to wait for it to boot again. So I'm gonna take this floppy cable as an insulator. I can turn the power supply off while I've got the mouse button held down so that we don't start to boot into Mac OS. Yeah, I feel the motor making feels like it wants to move, but it is not. It is not moving. All right, let me go see if I have another. All right, to answer the question of are the contacts still making contact on the top of the board, I think the answer is yes. I have a feeling that is just seized. All right. I'm gonna go grab one of those from another floppy drive. I think I've got a floppy drive that is. Oh, I think one of these 2SIs may be providing a donor floppy drive. Oh, how generous of the 2SI. Okay, so this one is from one of my LC3s. The reason why it's not, I haven't put it back together is I broke the clip on this one. All right, I just want to plug that in, and I want to confirm. I want to confirm that we do see it try to move the gear. Now we won't see the big gears move, but we should see the small one move. Unless the problem is whatever drives this motor, that could theoretically be bad. Oh. I think we got our answer. Okay, so that does confirm it. that we should be seeing spinach, and we're not. Yeah, I broke the, notice the plastic clip here. There's no plastic clip here because oops. All right, so I think the most prudent of approaches here, because I don't think it's really possible to replace the motor. Without a huge deal. I think what I'm going to do is for the motor that shouldn't spin, or should spin but is not, I am going to set it to the side and I will deal with it later. In the meantime, I'm going to take the one that would be going in the LC3, but I broke the clip. Well, the motor does come out, but I have to desolder, and there's clips. I mean, maybe I could swap the motors, but I was thinking that the most expedient thing would be for me to just go ahead and just use this as the replacement. And apply Garth's fix for broken clips to it. As Garth admitted that, yeah, the clips break sometimes. So what we're going to do, all right, is this is genius, if you ask me. Also, is going to require me to find a piece of a specific type of tape, and I'm probably going to have to go find a roll of it. All right, hold please while I go find a roll of gaff tape. All right, still looking for the gaff tape, or gaffer's tape as it's known in full. There we go. This will work. I think if I remember, the reason why Garth even thought to try this is it's sticky enough to stick to almost anything. And it's kind of, I guess it's kind of reinforcing. But the other thing is, but you can still easily remove it and it's pretty thin. So there we go. It's basically like a Band-Aid. We have basically applied a Band-Aid to it. I mean, maybe oh. Okay. I think that is where the motor needs to be to work correctly. Now, let me see if I can find the two screws to hold that in. And yes, it's a little bit janky. The Big Bad Biologist did send me the classic, though, so... Hey, John, look at this if you're watching the replay. I have applied a little bit of jank to the classic floppy drive. Because it needed a donor motor, and I just decided to replace give it an entire donor assembly, and I'll deal with swapping motors later. All right. All right. Let's see if that... I've got the mouse button held down. Let's see if that ejects. Except I put the motor on the... I put the... I think I put the thing on the wrong side. All right. Third time's the charm. I heard it spin, but it definitely did not move to eject. I don't think my fix is to blame. All right, I think trying to not have to take the thing entirely apart, but I'm gonna hold this up. I may have to take it apart. actually now. What's that? All right. Okay. I think now I think it's in the correct spot. Oh, that's where the screw goes. Oh, how many newton meters is the force? Use the force. Yes, the computing capacity of this floppy drive is 1.44 megabytes. Unless it's a double density, then it's 800K, which is 80K more than competing, 80K more than certain popular competing formats that Apple would have advertised alongside. All right. All right, here we go. Stian says 80K less than the Amiga, 80K more than MS-DOS. Yeah, I was going to add the quip of 80K format they would have touted, but yeah, 80K less than their nearest 68,000 competitor. All right, I still have it. Okay, still have it. Still have something put together wrong. All right. 80K more 80K more bandwidth than Comcast is giving Justin right now. Yeah, you're I'm looking at the bandwidth I have right now and you're almost not wrong. At the moment I have if I could write YouTube uploads to a floppy disk every second, right now I'm getting more than double density and less than high density. But that's not how that works. That's not how any of that works. Because we all know it's actually DVDs. They're not giving me that much right. You know, if Comcast wanted me to keep my cable internet after this neighborhood gets fiber, they're doing a poor job of convincing me. All right. Unfortunately, I always seem to get these wrong. All right. So, okay. I know you put it together with the gear like that. I'm fairly sure of it. But maybe. I don't know. It's like All right. It was purely a format thing. There's nothing special about an Amiga floppy drive. In fact, a lot of Amiga floppy drives, there's the same model was available on PCs. The secret was Amiga, instead of writing a sector at a time, they wrote track at a time. So they were able to get rid of all the inter-sector data. So they got an extra 80K by you always wrote an entire track at once. And it read an entire track at once. That was their trick. I think that method made it harder for them to go to a higher density floppy drive. Uh, with the same chips running the floppy drive. Because I think of on the Amigas, the floppy controller was like one thing that never changed. They did trickery to get high density discs. I always get these wrong. I'm trying to see if I can't find a video. Not that I really have enough. I bet I can watch this YouTube video. And oh yeah, all right. Hey, I might not have a lot of upload bandwidth, but I got enough bandwidth to watch a YouTube video. At 720p. This is kind of sad. Oh, this is Bruce's video on repairing a floppy drive, all right? I'm trying to watch because it's the motor assembly. I got it. I've got something wrong with the alignment of the brackets, so all right. All right. Let's see here. Unplug the cable. Specifically looking to see where this piece is, where this slider is in relation. So it's all the way forward. And all right. Okay, and I do have the okay, and I do have this correct, and this needs to be like this. So that is correct. All right, I'm watching Bruce. He's reattaching the plate on one, then I think he reinstalls it. All right. I bet I had the motor in right. I bet it was the upper carriage I had wrong. All right. All right. So all right. So we got this plate back on. Right now he's got it like this, although he's putting the grommets back on. Although it could be showing a trick to snapping them down. All right. All right. No, he slid it forward like that. All right. I have a feeling the next step is to put this back on. Oh, wait, nope. He's putting the upper carriage in. All right, so we align it like that. Like that. And should go together like so. I think. Yep. All right. So now we reconnect the spring. All right. Okay, he clearly hasn't reconnected that motor yet. He's lubricating the top. Here I am trying to get the spring on this other side. All right. There's an extra point I'm going to lubricate that I missed. I want to put something on that bearing right there. All right. So now he's okay. He's got the drive up. Oh, and he puts the motor on with the drive up. So maybe that must be the part I got wrong. Okay. All right. Oh, and then I got to put the slider. And then push it down and put this piece back on. Hopefully that's right. All right, well, I guess now's as good a time as any to see if that is correct reassembly. All right, there we go. There's that. And we'll let it power up. And go to the chat here to catch up while we boot. Floppy cable is plugged in. All right. I'm gonna let it boot into Mac OS, and then we'll see if it works. Yeah, and for anyone that joined late, I know this is not a classic, but it's easier to test a floppy drive in an LC than a classic. Sadback says, and I'd like a dragon. David Starbucks says, not me. I'd rather have a T-Rex. Yeah, these T-Rexes are rather affordable until you get to their dietary requirements. Jack says, look at all of us being so helpful to Justin right now. You all are just helping me save bandwidth because Comcast is not giving it to me. All right, floppy drive in. Okay, and floppy drive eject. Oh man, it is still not ejecting. I heard it, the motor spin, but it did not eject the disk. Okay, let's try that again. I still have something wrong with the assembly. I'm going to have to probably retry it again. I don't know why do I try another drive, Thomas? I'm trying to repair this one. Jack's asking, is there something wrong with the drive's controller board? I mean, maybe, but I wouldn't. Jack says I popped the transistor on one once. I mean, maybe there is something wrong with the drive's controller board. I don't know what it would be. It is. I mean, anyways, I mean, we're out of time for tonight because I mean, so the motor that was in the floppy drive. I mean, I guess maybe I just need to I don't know. Maybe there is something wrong with the controller board. Maybe I just need to. Yeah, I can't. I don't. I think I now see what Thomas was meaning about trying another floppy drive. Just probably replace the drive with another one. I mean, that is possibly the fix. Given the fact that the motor was seized, I guess there's the possibility there's something wrong with the controller board. Stian's asking, did the classic boot? We didn't get to booting the classic. I was trying to refurb the floppy drive. Because I was just going to put it back together. Anyways, good night, David. So, anyways, I think that's where we're going to have to call it because I'm still getting abysmal bandwidth. I'm sure my video looks like a potato. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know what's wrong with the floppy drive. I've tried to fix it. It's forked. I'm dropping things on the floor left and right. I'll have to remember to pick them up later because Anyways, I guess to answer the question that. I mean, there are electrolytics on the floppy drive, but they look fine. I've not had to replace them. I don't see any components on the underside of this floppy drive that have obvious signs of damage, so is it possible that this floppy drive needs recapped, even though I haven't had to do it before? Yep, that's always possible. Is it possible there's something wrong with the control board that would have been caused by the fact that the original motor was seized? That is also possible. Is it possible that I still managed to put the thing together wrong even after watching Bruce's video, and that's why the thing is just freewheeling? Well, that's also possible. I mean, it is not outside the realm of possibilities that I'm trying to look to see. I mean, it looks like I put it together correctly because I think the way that it ejects the disc is it spins the motor. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I put it back together correctly. No, the cheese gears are all the same size, so it's not that. Jack says, I don't have the slightest idea how many floppy drives I have, but 50 isn't out of the question. I should not count because it will probably turn out to be more. Ian says, I have more than 20 and fewer than 200. I think I might. Jack says, I definitely have fewer than 200. I don't know how many spares I have. After all, I have 4 2SIs. I'm not going to get them all working. So theoretically I have, but I don't think, I think one of them was missing a floppy drive. So right there, or maybe it was hard drive carrier. So I might have a few spares, but the problem is one of the floppy drives that was in one of the 2SIs is rusty. My SE, its floppy drive was rusty. So those are kind of probably non-starters in terms of using them because the metals are rusty. I really don't know if I have many spare floppy drives. If I were to put all the Macs together again, I don't think I have any spares. Since I don't think all of them will go back together, I probably have a spare or two. There was a couple of unworking floppy drives that on eBay that I was tempted to buy, but one of them looked like it was rusty, so I don't want to. I'm inclined not to buy the lot because one of the three appears to be rusty, which would mean realistically that two of them are in a condition where they're possibly salvageable. Because once the frame rusts on these floppy drives, especially where you got moving parts, it's kind of, that's where it gets to the point where you may not be able to save the floppy drive. Anyways, I don't know why this isn't working as expected. Either I've put it together wrong, or, I mean, the one other possibility is this gaff tape is not holding it together well enough. And maybe I'm just going to have to, maybe I just am going to have to transfer this motor to the other gearbox, because at least that other gearbox will clip together. So yeah, we may, so Thursday we were going to look at some former regrets. It is possible that I will maybe start Thursday's stream by trying a motor swap on a floppy drive, since I'll probably already have it on my bench. But anyways, yeah, maybe it's time to try swapping this motor onto the other gearbox. Because even if this floppy drive has something electrically wrong with it, I would at least have another gearbox to put in a floppy drive. And then we couldn't look at the former regrets. But anyways, yeah, it's getting late. My bandwidth is not improving. And yeah, with that, don't forget to smash that like button. If you like it when I don't let Comcast let me down. Subscribe and turn on notifications so you know when I go live next. I will probably ultrasonically clean the classic board just to make sure it's like spick and span. But not tonight. And yeah, maybe we will try a motor swap on a floppy drive first thing Thursday, and then we'll go on to what I had planned to work on. Because it is possible that this gaff tape is not holding that metal cover on well enough, and maybe we're just hearing the gear spinning because one of the gears has fallen out of place. Lazy Jack Boy out. Welcome, Ed. Anyway, with that, I hope you all have a great rest of your day. And, yep, hope to see you here next time. Take care, and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.